Are you ready, my brother?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, today's presentation will be a review of the Feast of Tabernacles, and if we have time, we will speak a little bit on the Sabbath day. Our brother Yahweh will read Psalms 78, verse, I think I told him 1 to 22.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and Psalms 115. After he get done, I'll come back and reintroduce the name of the presentation, and we'll get started. You got the floor, brother.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, we will be reading Psalms 78, 1 through 22. That's Psalms 78, 1 through 22. It reads, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, shewing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh, and his strength, and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he established a testimony in Yaakov, and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which shall be born. Who should arise and declare them to their children, that they may set their hope in Elohim, and not forget the works of Elohim, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of Elohim, and refused to walk in his law, and forgot his works and his wonders that he had shewed them. Marvelous things did he in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. He divided the sea and caused them to pass through, and he made the waters to stand as a heap. In the daytime also he led them with a cloud, and all the night with a light of fire. He clave the rocks in the wilderness and gave them drink as of out of the great depths. He brought streams also out of the rock and caused water to run down like the rivers. And they sinned yet more against him by provoking the Most High in the wilderness. And they tempted Elohim in their heart by asking meat for their lust. Yea, they spake against Elohim. They said, can Elohim furnish a table in the wilderness? Behold, he smote the rock that the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. Can he give bread also? Can he provide flesh for his people? Therefore Yahweh heard this and was wroth. So a fire was kindled against Yaakov, and anger also came up against Israel, because they believed not in Elohim and trusted not in his salvation. Hallelujah. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 115, please. That's Psalms 115. It reads, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their Elohim? For our Elohim is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he hath pleased. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them. O Israel, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aharon, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. Ye that fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. Yahweh hath been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aharon. He will bless them that fear Yahweh, both small and great. Yahweh shall increase you more and more, you and your children. Ye are blessed of Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. The heaven, even the heavens, are Yahweh's, but the earth have he given to the children of men. The dead praise not Yahweh, neither any that go down into silence. But we will bless Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called a review, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, a review, the Feast of Tabernacles, and to Yahweh for 7 days. And if we have time, we will speak also on the Sabbath day. We're going to go ahead and get right into the presentation. As I just stated, it is a review based on how our brothers and sisters accumulate time or add their time. The Feast of Tabernacles could have been done last week and even week before. So we know that we're not under the law, the covenant of the law today. So we're just reviewing. We are just declaring, proclaiming the Feast of Tabernacles in its season. And we will start this presentation off with a few words of warning found in the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs. And as we turn our scriptures to Proverbs chapter 1, let all the listening audience make sure they have themselves in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, where they may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today in this review. Right now, let us all turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of wisdom, Proverbs chapter 1. Proverbs chapter 1. And we will start in Proverbs chapter 1 at the very first verse, for it reads, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction. And please take note of every word that we read today. For it tells us in the book of Proverbs, and we will read that today, that every word of Elohim is pure. Thus, it ends, or it reads again in the second verse, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equality, or equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young men knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall obtain into wise counsels. To understand a proverb, the interpretation, the words of the wise, and their dark sayings, as our brother just read to us in Psalm 78. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they, the instructions and the law of your father and mother, it reads in the 9th verse, for they shall be ornaments of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, and there have been many sinners enticing the children of Israel to observe the Feast of Tabernacles while they find themselves in their enemy land being servants and afflicted. Thus it reads in the 10th verse, my son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. If they say, come with us, and let us lie or lay wait for blood, let us lark privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thy in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lark privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owner thereof. Wisdom cry without. She utters her voice in the streets. She cries in the chief place of the concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. And please take note of these words. Turn ye at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you, because I called and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. And today Yahweh's hand is stretched out dealing with this Feast of Tabernacles. And we're going to see how many people actually regard the instructions of their Creator. Thus it reads again, because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel. If we don't accept, confirm, and agree with all of Yahweh's counsel, the Almighty has allowed us to know that those people have set at naught and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. And to choose the fear of Yahweh, you must be at all of his counsel, and you must accept all of his reproof. It continues to tell us, again in the 29th verse, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices, as we are this day. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkens, please take note, and to me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. And it also tells us in the 2nd chapter of Proverbs, if we take a look at the first 9 verses, and they read, My son, if thou wilt receive my words, and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thy ear into wisdom, and apply thy heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge, and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, and search for her as for a hid treasure, then shall thou understand the fear of Yahweh, and find the knowledge of Elohim. For Yahweh giveth wisdom, out of his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He lays up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a butler to them that walk upright. He keeps the paths of judgment and preserves the way of his saints. The last verse that I will read today in Proverbs 2, the 9th verse reads, Then shall thou understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. And it also tells us in the 30th chapter of Proverbs, which will be the last chapter I will go to, the 30th chapter of Proverbs, it tells us in the 5th and 6th verse, and it reads, Every word of Elohim is pure, is purified. He is a shield unto but reads, a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee. The same reproof that we see in the 2nd chapter of Proverbs. And thy be found a liar. Well, today, Israel, we are having a review of the Feast of Tabernacles. And many of you will be reproved. But we hope that you accept the reproof and not be found a liar. It tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Psalms, the 15th chapter of Psalms, and it tells us in Psalms, the 15th chapter, within these 5 verses, something very important. And it reads, Yahweh, who shall abide in thy tabernacle, even dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? The answer is, he that walks uprightly and works righteousness and speak the truth in his heart. He that backbites not with his tongue, nor does evil to his neighbor, nor takes up a reproach against his neighbor, and who eyes a vile person is contended, but he honors them that fear Yahweh. He that swear to his own hurt and change not. He that puts not out his money for usury, nor take reward against the innocent. He that does these things shall never be moved. So it allows us to know who is invited to the Feast of Tabernacles. And the invitation allows us to know that these people must be true worshipers of Yahweh. And they must be clean. They must be upright and truth in their hearts. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. For the question was asked, who shall appear on Yahweh's holy hill? Well, in the 20th chapter of Ezekiel, it tells us, if we pick up at the 33rd verse of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And please take note of these great words, for it says, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, and we know that Yahweh lives forever. Surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury pulled out will I rule over you. And these words denote the curse and the punishment that Yahweh placed on his people because of the breaking of the covenant of the law. But it also allows us to know that his mercy endures forever. Thus, it tells us in the 34th verse, and I will bring you out from the people. For it tells us in Jeremiah 31:10, he that scattered Israel will gather Israel. They won't be able to gather themselves, but it tells us, as those prayer words read in Jeremiah 31 verse 10, he that scattered Israel will gather Israel. Thus it tells us again in the 34th verse of Ezekiel 20, and I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. Like, please take note, as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh Elohim. And we know that the book of wisdom tells us Yahweh required that which has passed. So when we want to truly know if we are in error today and leaning upon our own understanding, all we have to do is search the scriptures and see how Yahweh pleaded with our fathers, the same people that initially got what you think you're doing today or what you think you got today. And if you search these testimonies, you will see that you are in no shape nor form as your fathers were when they were brought under the bond of the covenant. So until these things come to pass, you will not find yourself under the covenant of the law. For it tells us in the 36th verse, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So will I, not I might, but so will I plead with you, said Yahweh Elohim. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. And I will purge out from among you the rebels, as he did with our fathers in the wilderness of Egypt. Not in Egypt, but in the wilderness of Egypt. And I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country which they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh. It tells us in the 39th verse, as for you, O house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, go ye, serve ye every one his idol, and hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me. For that's exactly what you are doing when you don't hearken to Yahweh. You are committing idolatry. But pollute ye my holy name no more with your gifts and with your idols. Note the 40th verse. For in my holy mountain, as it read in Psalms 15, for in my holy mountain, in the mountain of the heights of Israel, said Yahweh, not any mountains, but the mountains of the height of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. There, not wherever you are at, but it says there shall all, and if you are included in the house of Israel, it is talking about you. There shall all the house of Israel, all of you in the land, serve me. There will I accept them, not in the land of their enemies. I don't care how much they practice. I don't care how much they call you a fool. The Almighty said, in his land, in your dwellings, the land that you possess, the land that your fathers inherited. It reads again in the 40th verse, for in my holy mountain, in the mountain of the height of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, serve me. There and only there will I accept them, for Yahweh changes not, and there will I require your offerings. And note the terminology that Yahweh is using. Require, that which is to be given on all the feast days that is found in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. There is not one feast day of the 7 that is found in Leviticus 23 that one could do without being under the covenant of the law, without being in their land, and without an offering. Thus, the 40th verse continues, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, serve me. There will I accept them, nowhere else. And there will I require your offerings and the first fruits of your oblations with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet Savior when I bring you out. No, not before, but when I bring you out from the people and gather you out of the countries wherein you have been scattered. So if you find yourself scattered today, there is nothing holy about you. There is nothing holy that you can give to Yah, nor would you ever find yourself on that great mountain, nor in that great land. And I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. And when Yahweh is sanctified in you before the heathen, then will that sign be among you, which denote the great Sabbath. It tells us in the 42nd verse, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I shall bring you into the land of Israel, into your country, for the which I lift up my hand to give it to your fathers. And when one reads this 42nd verse, It should give you a great definition of all your dwellings, because you had no dwellings before Yahweh brought you out of Egypt. And Yahweh allowed the Israelites to wander in the wilderness for 40 years before they entered their dwellings. Before they entered all of their dwellings, Yahweh had the children of Israel in the wilderness dying off. And knowing this truth, you should know that your dwellings was only the place that Yahweh promised your forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that place was none other than the land of the Canaanites. Thus it tells us in the 43rd verse, and there in all of your dwellings shall ye remember your ways, and all your doings wherein ye have been defiled. And ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight. Why? For all your evils that ye have committed. And what evils have the children of Israel committed during this season? It is the rehearsal of the Feast of Tabernacles. And why is it evil? Well, each and every one of the feasts that are found in Leviticus 23 denotes the will, the deed of your Creator that he did towards you in redeeming you out of Egypt. So these things are commemorated once you are in that promised land according to their season. And the Feast of Tabernacles denote the 7th feast according to the order that is found in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And none of them was never attended to be done any other place than Yahweh have commanded. And again, that place is none other than all your dwellings, which is the land that you possess, the same land that you inherit by way of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It continues to tell us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 43rd verse, and there shall ye remember your ways and all your doings wherein you have been defiled, and ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that ye have committed. And ye shall know, not guess, but know that I am Yahweh, when I have wrought with you for my name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings, O ye house of Israel, said Yahweh Elohim. So the Almighty let our forefathers know that none of the things they have done that was against the instructions would ever be accepted. But all that Yahweh has said dealing with the instructions, every word will be accepted in its time when Yahweh bring Israel back under the bond of the covenant. And when Israel find themselves back in their own country. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. And when I read these words found in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, I'm not just applying them today to the Feast of Tabernacles, but I am applying them to the covenant of the law and the Sabbath that is found within the covenant of the law. Thus, it tells us in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, and I will pick up in this 15th chapter at the very first verse, because I need you to understand the story, and I need you to compare the story with yourselves. Put yourself in Saul's shoes and listen to the response of Saul based on the instructions that was given to him by his Creator. And let's see if he's righteous or not. And in our search, in our investigation of this 15th chapter, be mindful of what is found in Genesis, the 4th chapter, where the Almighty allowed us to know, dealing with Adam and Eve and their two sons, Cain and Abel, that the saying is, if thou does well, ye shall be accepted. But if thou does not well, sin lies at the door. So when we investigate 1 Samuel 15 and apply it to ourselves, let's see if one does well or if one does not well. And once we come to the conclusion of your doings and the doings of Saul, we shall have the understanding to know that we must do all that Yahweh has said. We can't add, nor can we diminish from anything of all the things that Yahweh has commanded his people. Thus it reads in the first verse of the 15th chapter of 1 Samuel. Samuel also said unto Saul, Yahweh sent me to anoint thee, to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore, note the wording, hearken into the voice of the words of Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way which he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Tilman 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Yehudah. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, Go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thy comes into Sur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag and the best of the sheep, and of the ox, and of the fatlings, and the lambs, and all that was good in their eyes, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile, and refused, that they destroyed utterly. Then, and note their actions. Please read it again and note their actions, because the 10th verse says, then came the word of Yahweh unto Samuel, saying, it repents me that I have set up Saul to be king, for he is turned back. So the 11th verse allows us to know, whatever you think Saul did, it was wrong. He has turned back from following me, and have not performed my commandments. And note that every one of the commands must be performed. If not, you have not performed anything. It says, and have not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto Yahweh all night. And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, blessed be thy of Yahweh. I have performed the commandments of Yahweh. And when I hear this man speak like this, King Saul, it reminds me of our brothers and sisters with this holy and thy spirit that teach today that they are under the covenant of the law, that they are keeping the covenant of the law. But this story will allow us to know that they are a liar, because they have either added or taken away, as it is written in Proverbs 30, verse 5 and 6. It continued to tell us in the 14th verse, and Samuel said, what means then this blistering? You said you performed the commandments of Yahweh. Well, the man that understands the instructions that have been sent to you is asking you, what means then this blistering of the sheep in my ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And note the 15th verse. And Saul said, you're going to blame it on the people, just like your teachers do today. It says, and Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites. For the people spared the best of the sheep, leaning on their own understanding, not taking heed to all the words of the instructions, and of the oxen, to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. And I want to make note on this, to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim, because many people believe that is what they are doing today, even by way of keeping the Sabbath, or saying that they are under the covenant of the law. It is a sacrifice that they call themselves doing other than what their brothers and sisters are doing. But what I need you to take note to is, you cannot sacrifice to Yahweh in the land of your enemies. There is not a sacrifice that you can do in the land of your enemies that will be accepted over the word of your Creator. So drop the sacrifice, drop your doings, drop your imagination, and take heed to the instructions of your Creator. That is doing well. It continues to tell us in the 16th verse, then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will tell thee what Yahweh has said unto me this night. And he said unto him, say on. And Samuel said, when thou was little in thy own sight. And today we can ponder on this, dealing with ourselves. When we found ourselves in the house of idols, not knowing what the Holy Scripture says and means. And at that time, we was nothing. But Yahweh have put a spirit upon us to allow us to see the light of his word by way of law and testimony. Now you're not little in your sight. You're just hard-headed. You're just rebellious, and you refuse to believe in every word of your Creator. Thus it reads, and Samuel said in the 17th verse, when thou was little in thy own sight, was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And Yahweh anointed thee king over Israel. And Yahweh sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then did thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but did fly upon the spoil, and did evil in the sight of Yahweh? And we do evil in the sight of Yahweh when we do not well. It is called sin. And one is not doing well when they do not confirm, acknowledge, and do every word. If you do 5 of the 10 words, you are not doing well. You are doing evil, and sin lies at the door. The 20th verse reads, and Saul said unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh. And every time I read this 20th verse, it reminds me of the people of today, of the houses of Israel in Cincinnati, in Mississippi, in Atlanta, in North Carolina, and all these other houses. This is the same response they give to their brother every time I speak to them. They constantly tell me that they are obeying the voice of Yahweh. They are doing all that Yahweh has said. So let's read this verse again in its entirety. And Saul said unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have gone the way which Yahweh has sent me. And that is a bold-faced lie. He being reproved today by Samuel, and he will be found a liar. Thus it reads, and have gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. Well, one of the disobedience is bringing the king of Agag, or Agag, the king of Amalek, because he wasn't supposed to be brought forth. He was supposed to be utterly destroyed. The 21st verse reads, but the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim in Gilgal. And please take note of that 21st verse, because many of you talk in the same wise. You think that you're making a sacrifice. You think you're doing something for Yahweh, even though it's not written, even though the instructions is laid upon these pages. You think that you can do something other than what Yahweh has commanded, and it will be accepted. I hear it every day. Well, let's see the will of your Creator. For it tells us in the 22nd verse, and Samuel said, have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? That's a question that is going to be answered with this presentation. For it tells us, behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken, as we read in the book of wisdom, than the fat of rams. The 23rd verse reads, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity. Excuse me. And idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, he hath also rejected thee for being king. And this is a king. And we are searching these scriptures. We are searching these scriptures and comparing these scriptures to ourselves based on what our brothers and sisters teach in these congregations. And we see that there is only one way to do all that Yahweh has said. If you don't do all that Yahweh has instructed, it is noted as sin. It is noted as rebellion. It is even compared with witchcraft and stubbornness. It is also known as iniquity and idolatry. So when you find yourself in these classes today, practicing their form of religion, the Almighty calls it iniquity and idolatry. Not because you got another God. Saul didn't have another God. Saul just doing something other than what Yahweh said. That is the same definition of religion. Religion is man theology. And many of you are practicing forms of man theology because y'all are leaning upon your own understanding. You are trusting in your own heart to where you are truly being rebellious and you are truly not hearkening to the words of Yahweh. Thus, the 23rd verse reads again, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness, refusing to hearken, is as iniquity and idolatry. So every time we tell our brothers and sisters what Yahweh said, and they refuse to hearken, it is the same act of iniquity and idolatry, because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, he have also rejected thee from being king. And if the Almighty can reject Saul for being king with such a high title and prestige, just think what he can do to you and I that call ourselves the children of Israel. The 24th verse reads, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. Note what the person admit of doing, he that hearkened not unto Yahweh, he that rebelled against the instructions of Yahweh. Once he was reproved by the prophet Samuel, look at his response. And his response shall open all of your all's eyes to see that you might be standing in the same place. For the 24th verse reads, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. I have not done well. I have not hearkened to every word. I have not confirmed every word, nor have I done every word. Thus Saul, in his reproval, or being reproved, admits, I have sinned. So have each and every one of you that have tried to do Yahweh's word other than what he have instructed. It is sin. And Saul said it to Samuel, I have sinned it, for I have transgressed the commandment. How did he transgress the commandment? By doing something other than what was said of Yahweh and thy word. He allows us to know that he have not just sinned it by transgressing the commandment of Yahweh. He didn't just sin against Yahweh, but he sinned against the prophet words. So when your brother corrects you, make sure it's real. Make sure it's legit, because you might even be sinning against those words. Let's read that one more time. It tells us in the 24th verse, and Saul said it to Samuel, I have sinned it, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy words, which is none other than the words of Yahweh, but it was coming out of his mouth, because Yahweh put the Spirit on him to tell Saul all that he should do. Thus Saul admits that he has sinned, that he have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh, and that he have sinned against thy words. Because, and note how he sinned. Note the excuse or reasonment he used. It reads, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. And we tell people every day to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Don't fear your moray. Don't fear your teacher. Don't fear the preacher. Don't fear a man. Fear your Creator. And if you hear that man speaking the words of your Creator correctly, then fear those words that is coming out of that man's mouth. Thus, it reads in the 25th verse. Now, therefore, since I done admitted my trespass, therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, forgive me, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. Note this, Israel. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not turn with thee. And why not? Because Samuel is a man of understanding. Samuel is a man of obedience. Samuel is a man that finds himself on Yahweh's side. So he can't walk with you. He can't go with you. If so, he will be on your side. Please take note. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And Samuel turned about to go his way. I have nothing else to say. And Saul laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle and rent it, tore it. And Samuel said unto him, Yahweh have rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and have given it to a neighbor of thine, who's going to obey, it says, that is better than thine. And also, and what makes him better? The only thing that makes him better, he's still a tribe of Israel. He's still a child of Yahweh. So what makes him better? What makes him better is David is going to follow the instructions. David is going to hearken to the voice of the words. And you can compare yourself with your brothers and sisters today as being that neighbor of thine that is better than you. You are that neighbor, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, that witness and confirm and acknowledge all that Yahweh said. You are that neighbor that has done better and will do better than those that does not fear Yahweh, that lean upon their own understanding, that teaches that you can do part of what Yahweh said. You are that neighbor that is better than them. I don't care what title they hold or what type of rough garment they wear. You are that neighbor that is better than them. Only because you fear Yahweh and because you confirm every word. Thus it reads in the 29th verse, and also the strength of Israel will not lie, nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me. And that's what these Morays and them want. They don't care that Samuel can bring to their attention their error. They don't care about that. And I know that based on their acts and their responses. All they want is the honor. All they want is to be presented in that rough clothing to continue to deceive and get prestige from those that don't know Yahweh, from those that don't know what Yahweh has said. Thus, it reads again in the 30th verse, and he said, Yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh thy Elohim. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshiped Yahweh. Then says Samuel, Bring ye hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came into him delicately. And Agag said, Surely the bitterness of death is past. And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel heaved Agag in pieces before Yahweh in Gilgal, as Yahweh had commanded King Saul. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gibeah of Saul, and Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. And I wonder why. Do you think it has something to do with Yahweh? That the great prophet Samuel never went back to the king of Israel because he had rejected Yahweh? Absolutely. And that's what we're supposed to be like today. When we find out that these characters have forsaken Yahweh, no matter what title they possess, just like this king, we are to leave them alone. Once you reprove them to try to get them back on the right path, you are to leave them alone. Ain't none of these jokers greater than King Saul. And Samuel left him alone. We are studying this book to try to get knowledge of the holy, to get wisdom and understanding. So if we truly reading and we trying to apply this to ourselves, does it not tell us to leave them alone? After we reprove them, do we supposed to continue in those classes, waiting on them to make up their mind to fear Yahweh or not? Absolutely not. For wisdom tells us when a ruler hearken to a lie, all of his servants are wicked. So the only way you're going to get away from that wickedness is to get away from the ruler that has the lie. There is no other way of doing it. You cannot say, yeah, you're right, brother, but you find yourself in those people classes every week, even though you just admitted to me, yeah, you're right, brother. But if you are courageous and truly fear Yahweh, it tells us in the 35th verse in closing of this great chapter, and Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul. Why? because he was a child of Yahweh. He was anointed of Yahweh. Thus it reads, he mourned for Saul, and Yahweh repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. And let me just throw this first verse of the 16th chapter in. Because Samuel mourned for Saul, and he turned back in to allow Saul to praise or worship Yahweh. Note the first verse of the 16th chapter. Let's note the will of Yahweh. We see the will and the strength and the courage of Samuel, and we've seen the lack thereof of Saul. But let's see the will of our Creator. For it tells us in the 16th chapter of 1 Samuel, the very first verse, and Yahweh said it to Samuel. And a lot of times we're going to find ourselves in this situation because we love our brothers and our sisters. Because we've been around our brothers and our sisters. Because we done ate with our brothers and our sisters. We done cried with our brothers and our sisters. So sometimes we have a feeling that we must stay with them, that we must be among them, that they are somebody that we should be in the presence of. Note what Yahweh told the great prophet Samuel dealing with King Saul. After Saul was found guilty for trespass, for rejecting, for being rebellious, for leaning upon his own understanding, for fearing the people, it tells us in the first verse of the 16th chapter of 1 Samuel, and Yahweh said unto Samuel, how long will thy mourn for Saul, seeing I have rejected him? And knowing that Yahweh have rejected him is all that you know, all that you need to know to continue on. Now, if he rejected somebody else, maybe you might find room to forgive him and continue to mourn for him. But he had rejected Yahweh. There is no mourning. Thus it reads, how long will thy mourn for Saul, seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel? Fill thy horn with oil, and go. I will send thee to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. So what I wanted you to see here, that even though Samuel loved the people of Yahweh just like Solomon did, well, that love could only go so far once Yahweh have rejected that person. To the extent that the Almighty didn't want Samuel to mourn anymore, but instead go to his replacement. For Yahweh have truly rejected him for being king. And it's the same way as rejecting your brothers for being marays, teachers, and preachers, and everything else they call themselves. If the Almighty can reject King David, who is the king and who is an Israelite and who was under the covenant of the law and was in their land, then what do you think he can do against your brother and sister that don't fear him, that teach according to their own understanding, that add and take away, that tells us that we can do part of the law here, that asks us to give Yahweh the benefit of a doubt, that tells us to do the best we can. What do you think Yahweh can do to that man? Based on the evidence that we just read, he will reject him just like he rejected King Saul. That's why none of these brothers can stand up against this teaching today. That's why they all that have added and taken away have been found liars. That's why they are soliciting people by way of giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt and doing the best they can. Based on the evidence we just read in the 15th chapter, you would be rejected of Yahweh, not accepted. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. And it tells us in the book of Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse. Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter, we're going to pick up at the 11th verse. For it tells us in this 11th verse of the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy, we will read to the 23rd verse, and it reads, and please take note, when all Israel is come to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, this is law. Thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and thy stranger that is within thy gates. Note where the people are gathered, that they may hear and that they may learn and fear Yahweh your Elohim, and observe to do all the words of this law. And we know what all represent. If you don't, look what happened to King Saul. It tells us, and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh your Elohim, as long as ye live in the land, whether ye go. Note where this is supposed to be done and how long. It says, as long as ye live in the land, whether ye go over Jordan to possess it. So let me ask the listening audience that is increasing learning or increasing in learning, dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles, would you be fearing Yahweh if you are doing it wherever you are at? Would you be rebellious against Yahweh if you are doing it wherever you are at? Would you be hearkening to Yahweh if you are doing it wherever you are at? And my last question is, if you are trying to do it wherever you are at, would it not be sin? Would it not be a trespass? Would it not be denoted as witchcraft, iniquity, and idolatry? It continues to tell us in the 14th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach, that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them. And it's talking about in their own land. And I will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say, as I have taught this day. It says, so that they will say, in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? Absolutely. That's why all the trials and tribulations, the curses, the evils and troubles that have befallen you because Yahweh is not among you, because you're not in the land of promise, nor do you find yourself under the covenant of the law. So Yahweh has hid himself from you while you be a recipient of trials and tribulations, of many evils and troubles. This 18th verse reads, and I will surely hide my face in that day from that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, and that they are turned into other gods. Now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, that flow with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn into other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness. And your brother Samuel is singing this song today. For it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed, for I know their imagination, which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. And that land which he sweared is the same land that Yahweh commanded Israel to do all. When you find yourself in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, dealing with the great 7 feasts that are found there, it denotes that every one of those feasts is supposed to be done in all of your dwellings. That dwellings denote none other than, as we just read in the last sentence of the 21st verse, for I know, where it picks up, where it says, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. Well, the land that Yahweh swore to your fathers is all of your dwellings. it closes in the 22nd and 3rd verse. It says, Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel. And he gave Joshua, the son of Nun, a charge and said, be strong and of a good courage, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land, the same land that your brother teach that is all of your dwelling, into the land which I swear unto them, and I will be with thee. So it allows us to know that there was a particular land where not just the Feast of Tabernacles would be, not just the place where the house that Solomon built, not just the place of the tent that Moses and the children of Israel, or the children of Israel under Joshua, brought in the land of Canaan. The land of Canaan was your dwellings, all of them. Your dwellings was none other than the land that you have inherited. Just as the great prophet Jeremiah said in the 19th chapter, that the land hath cast you out. So if the land hath cast you out, wherever you, or no, let me read it right. It says your dwellings. Yes, let's get it straight. It says that your dwellings have cast you out. Well, if your dwellings have cast you out and you landed somewhere else, that can't be your dwellings, because the scripture allows us to know that your dwellings have cast you out. So wherever you land is not your dwellings. And we know, I'll just give it to you right quick because I want to make sure I said it right. You should find that truth in Jeremiah 9, verse 19. For Jeremiah 9, verse 19 reads, for a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded. Why? Because we have forsaken the land. Because our dwellings, please take note that your brother have not added, because our dwellings have cast us out. So the Almighty in the book of Jeremiah allow us to know, we that have eyes and can see and ears that can hear, that your dwellings is the land that cast you out. And if that's so, and we know it's so because every word of Elohim is pure, then wherever you find yourself today can never be your dwellings. Your dwellings is the one that got you here, that cast you here. So where you are at here today can never be your dwellings. It also allows us to know what was required. And while we find ourselves in the book of Deuteronomy, let's go back to the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy. For in the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, it allows us to know what is required. Not just dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles, but dealing with every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh. Thus we find in Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter, if we pick up at the 12th verse, it reads, and now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? But to fear. Note the very first thing that is required. And it's the same thing that we teach each and every day, and that is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Well, here it tells us in the 12th verse, the very first thing that Yahweh, thy Elohim, require of the children of Israel. And it reads, but to fear Yahweh, thy Elohim. The second thing, to walk in all, not some, not the best you can. He didn't ask for the benefit of a doubt. The second thing that is required of all of the children of Israel is to walk in all his ways. The third, and to love him. The fourth, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul. And if you truly serve the Yahweh with all your heart and with all your soul, you would not add a word, nor would you diminish aught from it. So let's see how many people truly fear Yahweh. Let's see how many people truly study and to walk in all his ways. Let's see how many people truly love him. Let's see how many people truly study to serve Yahweh, thy Elohim, with all their heart and all their soul. By presenting this presentation, we're going to see if they did what Yahweh said or if they doing what their brother said. And if we find out that they doing what their brother said, then we can witness and we can judge them and say they do not fear Yahweh. They do not walk in his paths, nor do they love him to serve him with all thy heart and with all their soul. They are guilty for doing that which is not well. Thus sin lies at thy door. It continued to tell us what Elohim requires in the 13th verse, to keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command thee this day, for thy good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh's, thy Elohim, the earth also with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers. And that delight was so great that he gave them a possession. He gave them a country. He allowed them to inherit the promise that he made with their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus it reads only, Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked, for Yahweh your Elohim is the Elohim of gods, and master of masters, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons, nor should you, nor take reward, for a reward blind the eyes of the wise. He does execute judgment of the fatherless and widow, and love the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. It continued to tell us, thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise. He is thy Elohim, that have done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now Yahweh thy Elohim have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. So Yahweh did all that he promised Abraham, even though we got brothers and sisters saying that Genesis 15 has not been fulfilled. Well, based on what is required of the children of Israel, the words tell them that Yahweh has fulfilled all that he has said. All they waiting on is for them to get into the wilderness. And we know that the book of Deuteronomy represents the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. So all they waiting on is to get out of the wilderness and enter into the land of promise. And that land was none other but the land of Canaan, which denotes all of the Israelites' dwellings. It also tells us, if we take a look at the very next book, which is the book of Joshua, the book of Joshua. And let's take a look at the 24th verse, the 24th chapter of the book of Joshua. For it tells us in the book of Joshua something very great, and it allows us to know that, as we read in Psalms 15, who can appear before Yahweh. And it also allows us to know who can keep the Feast of Tabernacles. It will also allow us to know if the children of Israel is under the covenant of the law today, when they say they serve Yah. For it tells us in the book of Joshua, the 24th chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and it reads to the 17th verse these words. Now, therefore, after you just found out what Yahweh required of thee, now therefore fear Yahweh and serve him in sincerity. You're not being sincere if you teach us to do the best you can. You're not being sincere if you teach us that we can do part of what Yahweh said in the land and part what Yahweh said in the enemy's land. That is not sincerity. I know you're not sincere. It tells us, now therefore fear Yahweh and serve him in sincerity and in truth. You're lying. So you can't be fearing him, nor are you serving him in sincerity, because you are not telling the truth. And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt when they were captives, and serve ye Yahweh. And if it seem evil unto you to serve Yahweh, and many people say it to me that it's evil. How we quote what the scripture says about serving Yahweh in the land of promise, and what it don't say about serving Yahweh in the land of your enemies, many of the Israelites today call it evil. But it is 4 fingers pointing at them when they point their one finger at us. Because it tells us, again, in the 15th verse, and if it seem evil unto you to serve Yahweh, choose you this day whom ye will serve. Your teacher, your moray, your preacher, it says, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell, your dwellings. But as for me and my house, we will serve Yahweh. And the people answered and said, Elohim forbid, and he truly do, that we should forsake Yahweh to serve other gods. For Yahweh our Elohim, he it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, and which did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way wherein we went, and among all the people through whom we passed. I will read to the 22nd verse. Continue reading to the 22nd verse. Thus it tells us in the 18th verse, and Yahweh drove out from before us all the people, even the Amorites which dwelt in the land. Therefore will we also serve Yahweh, for he alone is our Elohim. And Joshua said unto the people, note the same thing I'm saying today, but for a different reason, because you ain't under the covenant of the law, because you find yourself in the enemy's land. Here in the 19th verse it says, and Joshua said unto the people, ye cannot serve Yahweh, for he is an holy Elohim. And we started off this presentation, who can appear before Yahweh? Because he is an holy Elohim. And we found out those that was pure in their heart. We found out that those that wasn't given to change. We found out, let me get there, let me say it as it is written. We found out, as it says, who shall abide in the tabernacle? Who shall dwell in the holy hill? It answers us by the 2nd verse, he that walk uprightly and work righteousness and speak the truth. He that backbites not with his tongue, nor does evil to his neighbor, nor take up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is content, but he honors them that fear Yahweh. So those that will be accepted are those that honor you, because they know you fear Yahweh. Even though they doing their thing, they should honor you because they know you fear Yahweh, even though they doing their thing. Thus it tells us, again in the 19th verse, and Joshua said unto the people, you cannot serve Yahweh, for he is an holy Elohim. He is a jealous Elohim. He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins. If ye forsake Yahweh and serve strange gods, then he will turn and do you hurt and consume you, after that he have done you good. After he have done you good. So no more good is being done, but instead Yahweh have turned to do you hurt. So during your time of hurt, you will not find the good blessings of Yahweh. The 21st verse reads, and the people said it to Joshua, nay, but we will serve Yahweh. And Joshua said unto the people, as I say today, ye are witnesses against yourselves, that ye have chosen you, Yahweh, to serve him And they said, we are witnesses. Now, therefore, put away, said he, the strange gods which are among you, and incline your heart into Yahweh, Elohim of Israel. And the people said unto Joshua, Yahweh, our Elohim, will we serve, and his voice will we obey. And without obeying every word of his voice, as it says in the 19th verse, ye cannot serve Yahweh, for he is an holy Elohim. So, as it applied to our fathers, and we are seeking in this review of the Feast of Tabernacles, we are applying these things to ourselves. We are symbolizing these things to ourselves, and we are asking ourselves today, are we guilty? Are we truly serving Yahweh? Or are we waiting to be redeemed and saved and brought back under the bond of the covenant? Then will we be serving Yahweh and find ourselves back in our own dwellings upon the holy hill of Yahweh, offering sacrifices of righteousness as he requires. And the answer is the latter. We are to wait to be saved out of this, brought back under the covenant of the law. Then will we be able to do all that Yahweh required of the children of Israel, and not before. It also tells us, since we know what is required and the way that Yahweh commanded his people to walk, let us turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, where we find this great feast called the Feast of Tabernacles. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And what we find in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, is the truth. Every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. Well, today a lot of people will be reproved. Today a lot of people will be found a liar. And we will continue to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, it tells us, if we pick up in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, at the 33rd verse, and read to the 44th verse, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th moon shall be the Feast of Tabernacles, for 7 days unto Yahweh. So again, the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto Yahweh. On the first day, and please take note of all the words of the instructions, on the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Please take note of the instructions. On the 8th day, and please take note according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 40th verse, where these offerings will be accepted. And note, these offerings was not told to Israel that they will be accepted if they tried to give them in the land of their enemy, as you are doing this day. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire. To offer an offering made by fire, you need the priest, Israel. You need the altar, Israel. It says, made by fire unto Yahweh. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you. And ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Not made by your lips, not made by some other source, but made by fire. It is a solemn assembly, a restraint. And ye shall do no servile work therein. The instructions tells us, and the invitation tells us, these are the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim, as we are doing this day, to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering, and a meat offering, a sacrifice, and drink offering, everything upon his day. Beside the Sabbaths of Yahweh, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your free will offerings, which ye give unto Yahweh. The 39th verse reads, also in the 15th day of the 7th moon, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, not the fruit of the enemy's land, but the fruit of the land that Yahweh promised that your increase would come from. Ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh. How long? 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the first day the broths of goodly trees, branches of palm trees. Please take note of the instructions, because if you came with some other branches that was not of the palm tree, based on what happened with Saul, you will be sinning. You will be committing witchcraft and idolatry, because you are refusing the instructions. And the broths of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th moon. And note, it says it shall be a statute. And remember what is written in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 5th verse. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 5th verse, where all the statutes were to be done. And that is law. That's not a suggestion. It is law. Thus, it tells us in the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, we should be in Leviticus 23. I just want you to remember what is said in the Torah in the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 5th verse, and it reads, behold, I have taught you statutes, the same statute we're teaching about today, and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so in the land, whether you go to possess it. So this, for those that fear Yahweh, should be more than enough, because we know we don't find ourselves in the land that we possess, but we find ourselves speaking out the side of our neck, saying that we're under the law and that we're under these particular statutes. The statutes of the Sabbath, the statutes of the Feast of Trumpets, the statutes of the Day of Atonement, the statutes of the Passover, the statutes of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All of those statutes were only commanded to be done wherever ye go to possess it. Only in the land where you go to possess it. And according to history, according to your holy scriptures, Israel only possessed the land of Canaan. So all was commanded to be done in the land of Canaan that they possessed. It continued to tell us in Leviticus 23, if we pick back up at the 41st verse, and ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths. Did you hear that, Israel? That your generation may know. Note why Yahweh have invited you to the Feast of Tabernacles. It says that your generation may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And as your brother stated earlier in his presentation, all 7 feasts that are found in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, denotes the plight that Israel endured when they came out of Egypt and found themselves in the wilderness. And it denotes the wonders and the deeds and the will of Yah. So Yahweh made it a feast that he commanded Israel to do once a year in the 7th moon. There are 3 feasts in the 7th moon. One is the Feast of Trumpets, the other is the Day of Atonement, and the last that we are reviewing today is called the Feast of Tabernacles. And as it read again in the 43rd verse, that your generation may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. We have another presentation called the Feast of Tabernacles and the end of Israel wandering. Well, that should allow us to know why we are not under the statutes of the tabernacle, of the Feast of Tabernacle today, because it denoted the end of our wandering in the wilderness. Well, today we're not even in the wilderness. We find ourselves in the enemy's land. So we doing what Yahweh said to do, which commemorated Yahweh for bringing Israel out of Egypt, out of bondage. Well, we find ourselves in bondage trying to do the same thing that commemorates them coming out of bondage and coming out of their wandering in the wilderness. You ain't even there yet. And you already setting up booths at the YMCA and other places that y'all have rented to rehearse this great and holy act. Thus it tells us in closing, the last verse, the 44th verse, and Moses declared, as I am declaring this day, and to the children of Israel, the feasts of Yahweh. And we have just declared the Feast of Tabernacles, and we have just declared where it was supposed to be done and why it was commanded to be done. And we are also declaring that anyone that try to do other than what Yahweh has said, it denotes rebellion, and it denotes not hearkening, and it is equivalent to witchcraft and idolatry. So if you want to be guilty for witchcraft and idolatry, then keep up with your practices. If you don't, get on your knees and ask Yahweh for forgiveness and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Don't do it no more. Go reprove your teacher. Go reprove your brother and sister and let them know what Yahweh has declared. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Numbers, the 29th chapter, and we must bring this forth also, because you must know what is required, and this is required, and we know all is required, and we know that Yahweh will never accept half, part. There's no partiality with Yahweh. Our fathers, being kings, was destroyed for partiality. Our fathers, being priests, was destroyed for partiality. Now we're going to teach, being Johnny-come-lately, that we can be accepted by doing part of it. That is delusional. That is madness. And it is not the words of your Creator. And that's all we are looking for this day. We're not looking for your words. We're not looking for your understanding. We are looking for the understanding of the words of our Creator. Thus, it tells us in the book of Numbers, the 29th chapter, if we all turn there, please, and it allows us to know, if we pick up at the very first verse, these words. And in the seventh moon, on the first day of the moon, as your brother stated, there are 3 feasts, holy feasts, in the seventh moon, or the 7th month. Thus it tells us again, in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet Savior unto Yahweh, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And please take note, as your brother has explained over and over again, every one of Yahweh's feasts dealing with your invitation requires a sacrifice. So you are not to come empty-handed as you come each and every time since you have been in captivity rehearsing these holy acts. It tells us again in the 3rd verse, and their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. Please take note of the instructions and what we read in 1 Samuel the 15th chapter dealing with King Saul. It shall allow us to know that Yahweh mean what he say and he say what he mean. So when we read the word mingled with oil, 3/10 deal for a bullock and 2/10 deal for a ram, that's exactly what he requires and means. And 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Thus, as we taught 2 weeks ago dealing with the Day of Atonement. There was no atonement made because you're not under the covenant of the law. You're not in the land, nor was an offering made. The 6th verse reads, beside the burnt offering of the month and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and the drink offering, according to their matter, for a sweet Savior, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And he wanted. It's on your invitation. It's in the chapters that you read. Thus it read in the 7th verse, and ye shall have on the 10th day of the 7th moon and holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh for a sweet Savior, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deal to a bullock, and 2/10 deal to 1 ram. A several 10th deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs. 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continued burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And then it says, on the 15th day of the 7th moon, which is the Feast of Tabernacles, it tells us, and on the 15th day of the 7th moon ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet Savior unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals into every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals to each ram of the 2 rams, and a several 10th deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. Besides, please take note, the same words we read in Leviticus 23, besides the continued burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 2. Note, this is the requirements, the instructions for all 7 days. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot. And their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day, 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day, 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. This is holy, Israel. Their meat offerings and their drink offerings for the bullock, for the rams, and for the lamb shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, besides the continued burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day, 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to the number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering beside the continual burnt offering and his meat offering and his drink offering. On the 6th day, 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day, 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to the number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offerings, his meat offerings, and his drink offerings. On the 8th day, ye shall have a solemn assembly of restraint. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish, their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullock and for the ram and for the lamb shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering besides the continual burnt offerings and his meat offerings and his drink offerings. Note, these things ye shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, beside your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses told the children of Israel, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So we've seen what was required in Leviticus 23, 33 to 44, and we see exclusively what was required for the Feast of Tabernacles in Numbers 29, dealing with the 8 days of the feast to Yahweh, which was called the Feast of Tabernacles. And all, please take note, all was required upon his day. Even though the priest is presented offerings and gifts, those things that is instructed to be done on the Feast of Tabernacles still had to be done. As it read in Leviticus 23:38, besides the Sabbaths of Yahweh, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your free will offerings, which ye give unto Yahweh, these things still must be done. For it read in the 37th verse of Leviticus 23, these are the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire. So these feasts are to be proclaimed, and not just proclaimed. That's all we doing today because we ain't under the law. So all we can do is teach our brothers and sisters and proclaim them. But if we were under the law, we would proclaim them to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offering. Everything, not some things, not the best you can, but everything upon his day. And we just read what was required for the Feast of Tabernacles on his day, if you were in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. which you are not. It also tells us, Israel, one moment, I lost my page. It also tells us, if we pick up in the book of Deuteronomy, let's go to the book of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, as we review the Feast of Tabernacles, it reads in the very first verse. No, what we just went over was statutes. Thus, it tells us these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, not your enemy's land, not wherever land you find yourself, but in the land. It denotes a particular geographical location. And that geographical location was none other than the land of Canaan, known as the Promised Land. That's what we're talking about here. That's what was told to the children of Israel in the wilderness. Deuteronomy 12th chapter is in the wilderness in the 40th year of their wandering. So Yahweh changed it not. The Israelites find themselves in the wilderness in the 40th year on their way in the land of promise. Thus, the Almighty tell them in the first verse of the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land. Which land? It says, which Yahweh, thy Elohim of thy fathers give thee. That excludes this. That ends the thought of you doing something wherever you at, because the law tells us that the statutes and judgments were supposed to be observed and done in the land that Yahweh give you to possess it, as your brother have taught over and over again. And how long? Is it just while they in the wilderness? Is it just when they find themselves in the land? Or would these words be perpetual? Are these words forever? It reads, all the days that you live upon the earth. Are you alive today? And for all you that answer the question with a yes, it lets you know that the Feast of Tabernacles and any other statutes were only done, commanded to be done in the land that you possess. You're alive, ain't you? You ain't dead. If you ain't dead, then this word is the same. The second verse, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods. And this here also lets you know it's talking about a particular land. And for those that act like they don't know it's talking about a particular land, it testifies against you, because it says ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. So the instruction is for the Israelites to destroy the people they find in their land. We got people teaching we under the law today. Well, why ain't you destroying the people in this land? We know what it meant, what it says, and what it means, and what it implies. It implies the Israelite being in their land. But you teach we under the covenant of the law, and our land is wherever we are at. If that's so, why can't you, or why won't you do verse 2? Because you will go to jail, and you will wind up being killed yourself. But you can easily tell us we under the covenant of the law. But you can't tell this government you under the covenant of the law, and that's why you executed those things. The Almighty don't say do these things and go to jail. The Almighty don't say do these things, observe and do these things and be killed. But that's exactly what will happen if you ever try to execute any of the judgments of the statutes of Yahweh in the enemy land. You're going to die. You're going to be killed. And that is not the word of Yahweh. The third verse says, and ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire, and ye shall heave down the graven image of their God, and destroy the names of them out of that place. Now, if you are under the law today, and we got some fools that's even saying this is the land, well, why haven't you executed verse 2 and 3? Never. I ain't talking about one time. Never. Because you truly know that this is not the place, nor is it the time. It tells us in the 4th verse, ye shall not do so unto Yahweh your Elohim, but, please take note, into the place which Yahweh your Elohim choose, out of all your tribes, to put his name there, even into his inhabitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring, please take note, why there is no feast is being done in America or abroad. It says ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes. Please take note, in your tithes and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herds and of your flock. And there, wherever you at? Absolutely not. But in the land of promise, the land that you possess, the land that you inherit. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and also in the place that Yahweh placed his name. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into. Not go to jail for doing it, not be killed for doing it, but it says that ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, not cursed thee, but blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever right in his own eyes, and that is the dealings of today. For ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. And that's probably why many of you are delusional, because the scripture allows us to know that our fathers was leaning on their own understanding, but they was free. But they were leaning on their own understanding in the wilderness. The 9th verse says, for ye are not as yet come to the rest, to the inheritance, which Yahweh your Elohim give you. That's where everything was to be done. And note, it says, for ye are not as yet come to the rest. This rest is the same place where you kept your Sabbaths, all of them, in this particular land of rest. The Sabbath was never done wherever you was at. It tells us in the 10th verse, but when ye go over Jordan, giving us a direction of a genealogy, or of a place of genealogy. It says, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell your dwellings in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies, you're not resting in the enemy's land. That's why you find Leviticus 26, verse 34, 35, and 43. Because the Almighty never made it for Israel to rest in the enemy's land, being servants and afflicted. But when he redeemed you and saved you from that, then he gave you that rest and gave you your own country to rest in. Thus it reads, but when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter, please take note where the Feast of Tabernacles was always done, every feast. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offering in every place that thou seest. This verse here should be the end of the matter, because you are offering, even if it's symbolically, when you call yourself rehearsing the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Trumpets, whatever feast you call yourself rehearsing, you are in error to bring forth an offering in any of those places that you see. That is not the place that Yahweh chose among your brethren to place his name there. And that last place, Israel, was Jerusalem. The first place was Shiloh. The last place, according to the law and testimonies, is Jerusalem. The 14th verse, but in the place, the correction, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do what? Some? No, all that I command thee. And we got brothers from the house of Israel of Atlanta teaching that they are teaching the Israelites to do part of what Yahweh said in America and the other part in the promised land. Well, right here, the Almighty reproved them and allowed them to be a liar. For the 13th verse reads again, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do, even if you say, well, we got the understanding that we can't offer. Well, if you got the understanding that you can't offer here, you should have the understanding that you can't do none of it here. But the Almighty even got that foolishness covered. Thus it says, there thou shalt do all, not just the offerings, but every word of the statute, every word of the feast. There thou shalt do all that I command thee. If you don't, as it reads in Genesis 4, thou does not well, sin, not favor, but sin lies at thy door. The 15th verse, I will end at the 15th verse. Matter of fact, I just wanted to put more emphasis on where all the feasts were to be done and the offerings thereof, where they was to be given. And it is none other than the land that you inherit, that was called the land of Canaan, the promised land. While we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, let's take a look at the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. For the 16th chapter continued to reprove our brothers on this review of the Feast of Tabernacles. For we find in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 12th verse and read to the 17th verse, it reads, "And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in Egypt." And you better remember, because it seems like you don't forget that you're a bondsman in America. But it tells us in the 12th verse, "And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles." And did not your brother tell you that these feasts denote the plight of the Israelites and their stay or their dwellings in the wilderness? What you just read in the 12th verse notes that. Thus it reads in the 13th verse, "Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days. After that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thy and thy son, and thy daughters, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim in the place." Wherever you find yourself, absolutely not. It says in the place which Yahweh shall choose. Why? Because Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy increase. And as we have taught, time have only came from this great land, based on Yahweh blessing it, which gave you your increase. Not so here in America and abroad, and in all the works of thy hands. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all the males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim. Wherever they are, absolutely not. In the place which he shall choose. And when are those 3 times? It reads, in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and in the Feast of Weeks, and in the Feast of Tabernacles. So this is another verse that should end your foolishness, for it allows us to know exactly where the Feast of Tabernacles was to be done. And those that are truly keeping it under the covenant of the law, finding themselves in the place that Yahweh choose, they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Why not? Because according to the regulations and the rules thereof, every one of Yahweh's feasts required a sacrifice. So the Almighty got you knowing what to bring to the party, what to bring to the feast. On your invitation, it tells you not to appear empty-handed, as many of you have tried to do in your so-called rehearsal. And in closing, it tells us in the 17th verse, every man shall give as he is able. And as he is able, it's not talking about your education. It's not talking about the job that you possess. But it tells us every man shall give as he is able according to the blessing. And the only way that you can know if you got an increase or a decrease in the blessing, you must be in the land that's being blessed. And that land is your inheritance. That land is the land that you're supposed to possess. That land is the land called the promised land that was promised to our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he have given thee. Not your job, not your education, but the mercy and the blessings from the creator of the heaven and earth is what gives you your increase. And from that increase, you were supposed to not show up to the feast empty-handed. And when it says empty-handed, it means don't come with what you want to come with. You must come with that which is required in Leviticus 23 and what was required in Numbers 29. If you did not have those things, then you appeared before Yahweh emptied, because those are the only things he requires. Anything else is sin, Israel. You cannot come up with a better way of doing what Yahweh has said, brothers and sisters. Please take that out your mind. There is not a better way to do what Yahweh said other than do what he said. There is not a better way. And we got that example by a king. We know that example by a priest. If you look in the book of Malachi, the 2nd chapter, and we also can actually use those same words against the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house, which was Moses, because he did not make it in the land of promise, because he did not sanctify Yahweh. He did not acknowledge and confirm and do every word. And he was the most meekest and faithfulest man. So what you think you got coming? If you don't do all that he say, if you don't confirm all that he say, what do you think you got coming? We seen how the Almighty is not a respecter of person. Thus, he rejected the king. He rejected the priest. And he even rejected his most meekest servant, which was Moses. There go 3 great examples to allow us to know that we are to fear Yahweh and depart from evil and confirm every word. Unless you think you greater than them, and Yahweh will be a respecter person toward you. And if you think that, you are bigger fool than I thought. And I'm talking to Israel. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to 2nd Chronicles, the 36th chapter, I would like to interject this thought. 2nd Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And in interjecting this thought, it will be bringing us to a close. It will show that the Israelites never kept any of the feasts in the land of their enemies. And it will allow us to know, taking this route, that the feasts only came back to fruition or came back to being ordered was once they returned into the land and built the temple and reformed themselves in the land. Then they found themselves back under the feasts. So from the time that they got kicked out of the land to the time they returned, none of the Israelites were keeping the feasts of Yahweh in their enemies' land. Thus, it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, if we pick up at the 20th verse. And it reads, "And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon," those that didn't die, "where they were servants to him." You can't be a servant to two masters in one house. You either serving one or the other. What the Almighty said, you ain't going to be serving him. It tells us by his mouth who you will serve. Let's read that again. "And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him." And we know that to be true. You can write this down, Jeremiah 27, verse 7. It says, "Where they were servants to him and his sons." How long? "Until the reign of the kingdom of Persia." And why was this done? To fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah. Until the land. What land? Wherever they at? Absolutely not. But the land of promise had enjoyed her Sabbaths. "For as long as she lie desolate without them, she kept Sabbath." To fulfill, not only did she keep Sabbath, talking about the land, she enjoyed the Sabbaths, according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse. Thus it closes and says, "As long as she lied desolate without you, she kept Sabbath, to fulfill 70 years, 70 years. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth have Yahweh Elohim of heaven given me, and he have charged me," please take note, "to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Who is there among you?" On Yahweh's side, it reads, "Who is there among you of all his people? Yahweh, his Elohim, be with him, and let him go up." From that point, I would love to go straight to the next book, which is Ezra, the very first chapter, the very first verse. And let's read to the 11th verse. Well, the whole chapter, for it tells us in the first verse of Ezra, the first chapter, the first verse, now in the first year of Cyrus. And I'm bringing this history and this testimony up to let you know how the transaction took place from them being in captivity, not under the law, not under the statutes, not under the Sabbath, to them being brought back into the land and everything being brought back to them. Thus it reads, "Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, Yahweh, Elohim of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth. He have charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda." Now note, the King Cyrus said, Yahweh Elohim of heaven have given him all the kingdoms of the earth. Could he make the decree for the Israelites to go to another land? Could he make the decree for the Israelites to go to another land and build it up to Yahweh? He could, but it would be in disobedience. The third verse reads, who is there among you of all his people? It says, who is there among you of all his people? His Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build the house of Yahweh Elohim of Israel. He is the Elohim which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remain in any place, and that's the same place that you call in your dwellings. Well, the scripture says, and whosoever remain in any place where he sojourn, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold, and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offering for the house of Elohim that is in Jerusalem. So even though you might remain, you know that the goal is to be at Jerusalem. The command is to be at Jerusalem. The fifth verse reads, then rose up the chief of the fathers of Yehuda and Benjamin, and the priests and the Levites, with all them whose spirit Elohim had raised, to go up to build the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. Not wherever you are at. And all they that were about them strengthened their hand with vessels of silver, with gold, and with goods, and with beasts, and with precious things, besides all that was willingly offered. Also Cyrus the king brought forth the vessels of the house of Yahweh, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem, and he put them in the house of his gods. Even those did Cyrus king of Persia bring forth by the hand of Metra the treasurer, and numbered them to Sheshbaz the prince of Yehuda. And this is the number of them: 30 chargers of gold, 1,000 chargers of silver, 9 and 20 knives, 30 basins of gold, silver basins of his second sort, 410, and other vessels 1,000. All the vessels of gold and of silver was 5,400. All these did Sheshbaz bring up with them of the captivity that were brought up from Babylon to Jerusalem. It also tells us in the first two verses of the second chapter, now these are the children of the province that went up out of the captivity of those which had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away into Babylon, and came again into Jerusalem, and Yehuda, every one into his city, your dwellings, which came with Zerubbabel, with Joshua, with Nehemiah, with Shariah, with Realiah, with Mordecai, with Belshan, with Mithpar, with Bigvil, Rehum, Beni, the number of the men of the people of Israel. So it allows us to know not only was this decree made, but it allows us to know that the people that Yahweh put the Spirit on rose up and went to that place to do all that he has said. And then it tells us, I would like to read what it says in the 62nd verse. And what we find in the 62nd verse is the people coming back. And when they came back, I'll pick up at the 62nd verse. Let's start at the 59th verse. It said, and these were they which went up from Tel-Meli, Telahas, Sherup, Adam, and Amor, but they could not show their father's house, like none of you can today, and their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Delilah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Koz, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughter of Barzillai the Gladite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, and none of you have a genealogy today. But they were not found, and with them not having a genealogy, please take note of the word. It says, therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood, because they had to have a record of genealogy that would show that they were from the house of Aaron. If they could not, then they were polluted from the things that is dedicated to Aaron and his seed. Then we find what is written in the third verse, or the third chapter. And as we turn to the third chapter, please give me a couple seconds, but we're going to read the third chapter, the first verse to the 13th verse. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry about that, Israel. We shall be in Ezra, the third chapter, picking up at the first verse, and it reads, and when the seventh moon was come, please take note, this is a review of the Feast of Tabernacles. And we know that there are 3 feasts that is found in the seventh moon. Well, this here is speaking about the Feast of Tabernacles. For it tells us, and when the seventh moon was come, and the children of Israel were in the cities, the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. Then stood up Joshua the son of Josadak and his brethren, the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and his brethren, and built the altar of Elohim of Israel to offer burnt offerings. As your brother stated, to make an offering to Yahweh, you need the priests and you need the altar. And we see in this chapter, where worship is being restored, the first things that is restored is the priests and the altar of the Elohim of Israel, to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. And they set the altar upon his base, for fear was upon them because of the people of those countries. And they offered burnt offerings thereon, and to Yahweh even burnt offerings morning and evening. They kept also the Feast of Tabernacles, as it is written. No, they had to wait till they get out of captivity to do it. They had to wait for the priest to be set up. They had to wait for the altar to be made. And then they had to do it as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number, according to the custom, as the duty of every day required. And afterwards offered the continued burnt offering, both of the new moon and of all the set feasts of Yahweh. And please take note. And afterwards, it reads in the 5th verse, offered the continual burnt offering. It allows us to know all the feasts of Yahweh consist of an offering. Thus we read in Deuteronomy 16 that one should not appear empty-handed. It tells us in the 5th verse in its entirety, and afterwards offered the continual burnt offering, both of the new moons and of all the set feasts of Yahweh that was consecrated, and of everyone that willingly offered a free will offering unto Yahweh. From the first day of the 7th moon, which is what, audience? It is the Feast of Trumpets. Began they to offer burnt offerings unto Yahweh, but the foundation of the temple of Yahweh was not yet built. They gave money also unto the masons and to the carpenters, meat and drink and oil, and to them of Zidon, and to them of Tyre, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus, king of Persia. Now, in the 2nd year of their coming into the house of Elohim at Jerusalem, in the 2nd moon, began Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua the son of Yehozadak, and the remnant, meaning those that was left, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity into Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to set forward the work of the house of Yahweh. Then stood Joshua, it says, then stood Joshua. We're in the 3rd chapter, the 9th verse. Then stood Joshua with his sons and his brethren, Kidmuel and his sons, the son of Yehuda, together to set forward the workmen in the house of Elohim, the son of Henadad, with their sons and their brethren, the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of Yahweh, they set priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with chambers, to praise Yahweh after the ordinance of King David, or David, king of Israel. And they sung together by course, and praising and giving thanks unto Yahweh, because he is good, for his mercy endures forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised Yahweh, because the foundation of the house of Yahweh was laid. But many of the priests and Levites and chiefs of the fathers, who were ancient men that had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid, before their eyes wept with a loud voice, and many shout aloud for joy, so that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off. And one more place I would love to read. It's in the 6th chapter of Ezra. The 6th chapter of Ezra. And it tells us in the 6th chapter of Ezra, please read the 5th chapter, because that's a great chapter also, talking about how the temple is built, is rebuilded. Well, I'm speaking in the sense past the temple being rebuilded. It tells us in the 6th chapter of Ezra, if we pick up at the 14th verse. Let's start at the 14th verse, read to the 22nd verse. And it reads, and the elders of the Jews, in many of you books, but we know there is no J in the Hebrew alphabet, so Yehuda was never called Jews. That is a name that has been placed on Yehuda as a whole, or Israel as a whole. Every Israelite, no matter what tribe he came from, was known as a Jew when they were in captivity. It says the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah the son of Adu. And they builded and furnished it according to the commandment, not according to their own understanding, but according to the commandment of the Elohim of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of the house of Elohim with joy. And they didn't keep it in the enemy's land. They left the enemy's land, went to their own land, and offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their division, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem. Please take note. It tells us, as it is written in the book of Moses. So it allows us to know Yahweh would never accept the best you can. Yahweh would never accept the benefit of a doubt. It says, as it is written in the book of the law, or the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first moon. For the priests and the Levites were purified. Look why they kept it. Look how they was able to keep it. Because they were clean. They were back in the land. They were back under the bond of the covenant, according to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 38th verse. It tells us, again in the 20th verse, for the priests and the Levites were purified together, all of them pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, those that came back, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves, and to them from the filthiness. Please take note what is among you today. Please take note what you are among when you find yourself in the land of your enemies, being servants and afflicted. You are among filthiness. And don't forget the question that is found, the two questions that are found in Psalms 15 in the very first verse. So this allows us to know that we can't do nothing that is holy, consecrated, sanctified in the land of our enemies. We must return to our own land to be set apart, to be sanctified, to be consecrated, to be holy. We must be set free and brought back to our own land. Thus it reads one more time in the 21st verse, and the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such have separated themselves and to them from what they was among, from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel did eat. Those were the only ones that ate, because those were the only ones lawfully able to eat, and kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Look who kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread, those that came back. Well, what are the house of Israel doing today? Those in Cincinnati, Atlanta, Mississippi. What are you doing today when you tell people to take leaven out of their houses? For what? You are not keeping the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because the Almighty said you're in the enemy's land. You're not clean. We have testimony of who kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread and when. And it was when they were clean out of the enemy's land, in their own land, under the bond of the covenant. We are reading it with our own eyes. We are to make a distinction when we read this book, because Yahweh have throughout. The 22nd verse, and kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread 7 days with joy. For Yahweh hath made them joyful. Today you ain't doing what you doing with joy. You thinking about all the money you wasted, all the money your brothers and sisters talked you out of by you throwing your goods away. That ain't joyful. It says, one more time in its entirety, and kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread 7 days with joy, for Yahweh had made them joyful. So they were truly joyful, because Yahweh made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. And one more place before I go out of this book, and it's in the 7th chapter. And I just want to use this to be stern about where the law, the covenant of the law, was commanded to be done, and where, according to the law and testimonies, where the Israelites only kept the covenant of the law. It tells us in Ezra, the 7th chapter, if we drop down to the 25th verse. And it tells us in the 25th verse, and thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim, for he truly had wisdom. I tell y'all that all the time. It is true wisdom to know where Yahweh commanded Israel to do all. And many of our brothers and sisters don't. And we know they don't, because they're telling us to do it here. They're telling us that these are our dwellings. They're telling us to do it wherever we at. But I have taught many times to you that it is true wisdom to know where Yahweh commanded Israel to do all. Thus we read, and thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim that is in thy hand, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach ye them that know them not. And it allows us to know that many people when they found themselves in Babylon, did not remember the law. They did not know the law. Thus, Ezra was commissioned to teach ye them that know them not. And where? In Persia? In Babylon? Or on the other side of the river, which denoted where Jerusalem dwelled? It was the latter. Thus it reads, and whosoever will not do the law. See, today, if Cyrus was here today and he commissioned this to us, and we got brothers and sisters of the house of Israel in Atlanta, Cincinnati, and Mississippi teaching the backwardsness that they teach, and they would not hearken to these laws, then we would execute judgment upon them to get evil out of the city or out of the land, as it is written in Deuteronomy 17, the 8th to the 12th verse, or 8th to the 13th verse. Here denotes the same thing. For it says in the 26th verse, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death or to banishment or to. So here it is, when somebody defiling the Sabbath, then they were able to commit, was able to kill them because it was lawful. Not so today. You just say you under the law, but kill somebody for defiling the Sabbath and see if it's lawful. See, will you get away with it? See, will you be honored by Yahweh, or will you find yourself being killed or put in jail forever? It tells us, Israel, and whosoever, the 26th verse again, will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death or into banishment or to confiscation of goods or to imprisonment. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, which have put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Haggai, the book of Haggai. And the book of Haggai can be found, I think, right before the book of Zechariah. And Zechariah is the second to the last of your book, Haggai. And it tells us in the book of Haggai, if we look at the first chapter, there's only 2 chapters in the book of Haggai. And it tells us in the book of Haggai, I think I want to start with the first chapter. And let's start with the first verse. And please take note of the testimony, because it allows us to know that these things were only done in our land. And it allows us to know that when the Israelites were in the land of their enemies, they were unclean. And it allows us to know that there is an order that Israel must follow when Yahweh gives his instructions. And we're going to apply all this to the review of the Feast of Tabernacles. That way we know that we have reproved the right man, and that is our brothers and sisters that's doing it any other way than what is written. It tells us in the book of Haggai, the first chapter, dealing with the rebuild of the temple, in the 2nd year of Darius the king, in the 6th month, in the first day of the month, came the word of Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, and to Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, governor of Yehuda, and to Joshua the son of Jehozadak the high priest, saying, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, saying, this people, talking about the people back in the land that have came up out of the captivity, that supposed to be taking care of Yahweh business. It says, this people say, the time is not come, the time that Yahweh house should be built. Then came the word of Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, saying, is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses, and this house lie waste? You're going to set the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse? Now therefore, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, consider your ways. Ye have shown much, or sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earn wages to put into a bag with holes. And that reminds me of our deceitful brothers that collect tithes. They constantly collect the tithes and put it in a bag. But the bag has a hole to where when they go in it, there's nothing. They become greedy dogs. They never have enough. When you need something, they got to collect some more just to give you. And you scratching your head and saying, well, why do you got to collect some more to give me something when I've been in here for 20 years seeing you collect? Where is all the money? It's gone. Because it has a hole in it. Because Yahweh is not going to allow you to prosper on his people deceitfully. Thus it reads, thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider your ways. Go up to the mountain and bring wood and build a house, and I will take pleasure in it, and I will be glorified, said Yahweh. And we want to glorify Yahweh before we glorify ourselves. Glorifying Yahweh. That way, Yahweh forgives us and sanctify himself within us, or we be sanctified in him. But he got to be glorified first. We look for much, and lo, it come to little, because you're not glorifying him. And when we brought it home, it did blow up. I did blow up on it. Why, said Yahweh of hosts? Because of my house that is waste, and ye run every man into his own house. Therefore, the heaven, and please take note of this, because a lot of people try to run from their brother and say, well, me and my house doing this. And they try to make themselves look good by quoting what is written in the book of Joshua about me and my house. Well, they quoting it wrong. What Joshua is saying is absolutely correct. But what you saying is wrong, because you trying to establish you and your house being right in your doings over what your brother is trying to establish. And what I'm trying to establish is Yahweh house. What I'm trying to establish is what Yahweh said. So what you and your house do, besides what Yahweh said, is nothing but witchcraft and idolatry. Thus it reads, therefore, did I read that 9th verse? Let me read the 9th verse again. Ye look for much, and lo, it come to little. And when ye brought it home, I did blow upon it. Why, said Yahweh of hosts? Because of my house that is waste, and ye run every man into his own house. therefore the heaven over you is stayed from dew, and the earth is stayed from her fruit. And I call for a drought upon the land, not the enemy's land, but the land of promise, and upon the mountain, and upon the corn, and upon the new wine, and upon the oil, and upon that which the ground brings forth, and upon man, and upon cattle, and upon all the labor of the hands. Then Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and Joshua the son of Josadak, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed the voice of Yahweh their Elohim and the words of Haggai the prophet as Yahweh. And note, he didn't just obey Yahweh their Elohim. It says, in the words of Haggai the prophet. Just like Saul said, I sinned against Yahweh in thy words. So when you hear a man saying, thus said Yahweh, you better check that out real closely and make sure that those are the words of Yah. And if they are, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. If they are not, reprove thy brother at once. It tells us in the 12th verse, I read the 12th verse. Let's read the whole 12th verse. Then Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and Joshua the son of Josadak, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed the voice of Yahweh their Elohim and the words of Haggai the prophet as Yahweh their Elohim had sent him. And the people did fear before Yahweh. Then speak Haggai, Yahweh messenger. Then speak Haggai, Yahweh's messenger, and Yahweh's message into the people, saying, I am with you, said Yahweh. And Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Yehuda, and the spirit of Joshua, the son of Josadak, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnant of the people. And they came and did work in the house of Yahweh of hosts, their Elohim, in the 4th and 20th day of the 6th month, in the 2nd year of Darius the king. The 2nd chapter reads, in the 7th moon, in the 120th day of the month, which will be what, y'all? It says, in the 7th moon, in the 120th day of the month. 120th day of the month denotes the 21st day. Well, when was the Feast of Tabernacles? According to the scriptures, according to the instructions, the Feast of Tabernacles started at the 15th day, and it lasted, it was 7 days into Yahweh. It ends at 8, add 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 will denote the 6th day of the Feast of Tabernacles. Thus it reads again in the 2nd chapter, the 1st day, in the 7th moon, and the 120th day of the moon, came the word of Yahweh by the prophet Haggai. And that denotes the time of the Feast of Tabernacles. The 2nd verse reads, speak now to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Yehuda, and to Joshua, the son of Josadak, the high priest, and to the residue or the remnant of the people, saying, who is left among you that saw this house in her first glory, as is read in the book of Ezra? And how do you see it now? Is it not in your eyes in comparison of it as nothing? Yet now, be strong, O Zerubbabel, said Yahweh, and be strong, O Joshua, the son of Yesedek, the high priest, and be strong, all ye people of the land, said Yahweh, and work, for I am with you, said Yahweh of hosts, according to the word that I covenanted with you when you came out of Egypt, so my spirit remains among you. Fear ye not. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, yet once it is a little while, and I will shake the heavens, and the earth, and the sea, and the dry land, and I will shake all nations, and the desire of all nations shall come, and I will fill this house with glory, said Yahweh of hosts. The silver is mine, the gold is mine, said Yahweh of hosts. The glory of this house, of this latter house, shall be greater than of the former, said Yahweh of hosts. And in this place will I give peace, said Yahweh of hosts. And the 4th and 20th day of the 9th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, came the word of Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, saying, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, as now the priests concerning the law, saying, If one bear holy flesh in the skirt of his garment, and with his skirt do touch bread, or pottage, or wine, or oil, or any meat, shall it be holy? We should ask the house of Israel of Atlanta, the house of Israel of Cincinnati, the house of Israel of Mississippi, the house of Israel of North Carolina these questions. For it asks, if one bear holy flesh in the skirt of his garment, and with his skirt do touch bread, or pottage, or wine, or oil, or any meat, shall it be holy? According to their teachings, yes. It says, and the priests answered and said, no. And they know the law. Well, our brothers and sisters teach that they are even priests, some of them, and they don't know this book. Then said Haggai, if one that is unclean, we must ask this question too, by a dead body, which is all of us. This land is polluted by the blood, and the only way it can be requited is by the killing or the revenge of those that have shed the blood. We got to get out of this land to be clean. Thus it reads, Then said Haggai, if one that is unclean by a dead body touch any of these, shall it be unclean? And the priest answered and said, it shall be unclean. We are truly unclean as a people, Israel. Then, I know you don't believe me. Thus it reads in the 14th verse, Then answered Haggai and said, So is this people. And this people that Haggai talking about is back in the land. They back under the covenant of the law. They just ain't making a distinction between that which is holy and that which is not. They was trying to build their house before they built the holy house of Yahweh. So they are back in the land under the bond of the covenant, and they are still denounced unclean just because you're not following the instructions. Again, then answered Haggai and said, So is this people, and so is this nation before me, said Yahweh. And so is every work of their hands. Please take note that your brother has not lied to you. And so is every work of their hands. And that which they offer, and they in the land, under the law, and we are not, and you call yourself offering, it says, and that which they offer there is unclean. I'll stop there because that's the point I tried to nail in. I'm trying to nail in that nobody in America or abroad have ever kept the Feast of Tabernacles or any other feast that is found in the holy book of your holy scriptures called Leviticus chapter 23. It also tells us, what time is it? About 8:30. We're going to go a little longer, and then we'll go ahead and end it. I'm not going to hold you too much longer. As I stated, this was a review of the Feast of Tabernacles. We have other lessons on the Feast of Tabernacles listed on YouTube for your pleasure and information. I will deal with Nehemiah. Let's go to Nehemiah in our review. Nehemiah, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in the book of Nehemiah, and all these words I just have taught these last few hours are not just for the Feast of Tabernacles. It is not just for the feasts, but it's also for the Sabbath and all that Yahweh has said. We can't separate it. It's not meant to be separated. We was not informed to separate it, to do part here and part there. All is required at the place that Yahweh commanded. Thus, it tells us in the book of Nehemiah, and let's pick up at the 8th chapter. In the 8th chapter, I would like to pick up, I love to read the first three verses, and then from the 3rd verse, let's go to the 13th verse. So we're going to read the first 3 verses and then go to the 13th verse. And it reads, in Nehemiah, the 8th chapter, the very first 3 verses, it reads, and all the people gathered themselves together as one man into the street that was before the water gates. And they speak unto Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which Yahweh had commanded to Israel. And Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women. And don't forget what you read in the book of Ezra and what Cyrus had commissioned, that he go into his land and teach the law and teach them that know it not, and execute the judgments thereof. And this is a witness, a testimony that that's what that man did. Thus they read again in the 2nd verse, and Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding, upon the first day of the 7th moon, during the Feast of Trumpets. And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate, from the morning until midday, before the men and the women and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law. And on the 2nd day, the 13th verse, were gathered together the chief of the fathers of all the people, the priests and the Levites, and to Ezra the scribe, even to understand the words of the law. And they found written, as you have found this day, in the law which Yahweh commanded by Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in booths, in the feast of the 7th moon, and that they should publish and proclaim in all their cities, not in another city, not in another country, but in all their cities, and in Jerusalem, the place that Yahweh placed his name, saying, go forth into the mount, and fetch olive branches, and pine trees, and myrtle branches, and palm trees, and branches of thick trees, to make booths, as it is written. So the people went forth, and brought them, and made themselves booths, every one upon the roof of his house, and in their courts. Note where the booths was, not at the YMCA, not at a building that you rented, but upon the roof of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of Elohim, and in the streets of the water gate, and in the streets of the gate of Ephraim. And all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity. Note who kept the Feast of Tabernacles. No one in captivity, but it says, of them that were come again out of captivity made booths, and sat under the booths. For since the days of Joshua, the son of Nun, and to that day, had not the children of Israel done so. And there was very great gladness. Also, day by day, from the first day into the last day, he read in the book of the law of Elohim. And they kept the feast 7 days. And on the 8th day was a solemn assembly, according into the manner. So everything had to be done according to the manner thereof, according to the instructions thereof. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of end this one. Let's take it to a close and in our review. And the two places I would love to go to in closing is found in Ezekiel, the 45th chapter. Let's go there first. Let's go in chronological order. Ezekiel 45, and then we will close with Zechariah 14. Ezekiel 45 is where we're going right now, and we will close with Ezekiel 14. I think we reviewed it enough. If something we missed in the review, we can use the time in the comments and questions section to bring that forth. Right now, let's go to Ezekiel, the 45th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 45th chapter, these great words. If we pick up at the 18th verse. And it reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the first moon and the first day of the moon, thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish, and cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering, and put it upon the posts of the house, and upon the four corners of the settle of the altar and upon the posts of the gate of the inner court. And so shall thou do the 7th day of the month for everyone that err, and for him that is simple, so shall ye reconcile the house. And the 1st month, and the 14th day of the month, ye shall have the Passover, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. And upon that day shall the prince prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering. And 7 days of the feast he shall prepare a burnt offering to Yahweh, 7 bullocks, 7 rams without blemish, daily the 7 days, and a kid of the goat daily for a sin offering. And he shall prepare a meat offering of an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and a hen of all for an ephah. And the 7th moon, and the 15th day of the moon, shall he do the like, which is none other than the Feast of Tabernacles. And the feast of the 7 days, according to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, and according to the meat offering, and according to the oil. So it allows us to know, even in these days, Ezekiel had to prophesy that these things was not done away with, that these things will be reestablished once the Israelites were brought back into their land and back under the bond of the covenant. And in closing, it tells us in the book of Zechariah, if we all turn there, please. We will close on this note, the review of the Feast of Tabernacles. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, and I will pick up at the I'll pick up at the 6th verse. Matter of fact, with it being closing, I'll read this whole chapter. We will end by reading the whole chapter of Zechariah, the 14th chapter. I don't really see a good place just to jump in, so I'm going to read it all. That way you have the understanding, the history of this chapter, and what this chapter denotes dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles. And what you're going to find is it denotes the end of Israel's wandering. And that should be another great reason why you should know that you're not under today, because you're not in the wilderness wandering. You ain't even made it in the wilderness, but you find yourself in the world. You find yourself in the land of your enemies, needing to be saved, to be brought in the wilderness, to wander if that was the case. Thus, it tells us in Zechariah 14:1, behold, the day of Yahweh comes, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses raffled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then shall Yahweh go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fought in the day of battle, the day that Yahweh brought Israel out of Egypt. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem, on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof, toward the east and toward the west. And there shall be a very great valley, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And ye shall flee to the valley of the mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach into Azel. Yea, ye shall flee like as ye flee from before the earthquake in the days of Uriah, king of Yehudah. And Yahweh, my Elohim, shall come, and all the saints with thee. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to Yahweh, not day nor night, but it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem. And you can find that truth in the 13th chapter of Zechariah. It says, living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former sea, and half of them toward the hinder sea. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, and his name one. All the land shall be turned as a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, and it shall be lifted up and inhabited in her place from Benjamin's gates and to the place of the first gate and to the corner gate, and from the tower of Haniel and to the king wine presses. And men should dwell in it, and there shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this shall be the plague, wherewith Yahweh will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. And it shall come to pass in that day that a great turmoil from Yahweh shall be among them, and they shall lay hold every man on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall rise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Yehudah also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathens round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, a pearl in great abundance. And so shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, and of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents as this plague. And it shall come to pass that every one that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year, please take note, Israel, to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, to keep what? The Feast of Tabernacles. So this is a proof that you would never keep the Feast of Tabernacles wherever you at, because in the last days, once Yahweh punished the heathen for all those that fought against Jerusalem, then the remnant of those nations will come to Jerusalem, to the place that Yahweh placed his name once a year. So they can't stay where they at and do it. Like you teach today, that we are to do these things in all our dwellings, and you call this place our dwelling. Well, they got the instructions. Once Yahweh put the plagues on those that fought against Jerusalem, the remaining nations, as it reads here in the 16th verse, it says, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts. And where and why, or where and what is this time called? It reads, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. The same Feast of Tabernacles that we're giving a review on today, that our brothers and sisters putting up booths all over the United States and abroad. This same Feast of Tabernacles will be done as it was commanded to be done only in our land. And the remnant of the nations, the remnant of the heathens, will have to come to our nation, to our country, to the city in that country, to worship Yahweh. And when was this to take place? The 7th month, the 15th day of that month, which is known as the beginning of the Feast of Tabernacles. The 17th verse reads, and it shall be that whoso will not come up of all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up, and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen. And that is found in the 12th verse of this chapter. It says that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. The 19th verse, this shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. In that day shall there be upon the bales of the horses holiness unto Yahweh. And that's exactly what it means. And the pots in Yahweh's house shall be like the bowls before the altar. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Yehudah shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them. Note, you can't sacrifice Yahweh with anything. It must be holy, and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of Yahweh of hosts. So we're going to end on that note. Hallelujah, hallelujah. And we're going to open up the presentation for comments and questions. Shalom, Israel. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the great review of the Feast of Tabernacles? Is there any comments or questions? Hold on 1 second, please. there any comments or questions?
You were fine. What did you do? Okay.
Is there any comments or questions? Hello? Can you hear me, Mildred? Say something on the phone.
We hear. Shalom, we
I
hear.
can hear you.
Okay, they can hear me. Is there any comments or questions? Or any rebuttals? Any reproofs? Because all we're trying to do is get the word out. We're trying to get this truth out to try to stop our brothers and sisters for doing such foolishness that they have done. And that is not make a distinction between the holy and the unholy. So many times we see our brothers and sisters doing their own ways, but their ways does not make a distinction, a difference between the holy and the profane. It is just mixed together, and they leaning on their own understanding. Well, out of all that we read today, is that doing well, or is that doing not well?
It's not doing well.
Not doing well. And according to the scripture, way before the covenant of the law was given to the children of Israel, the Almighty allowed anyone to know, dealing with Cain and Abel, if thou does well, thou should be accepted. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. So all of our brothers and sisters that is not doing well should tremble. They should fear. They should be on their knees asking the Almighty for mercy, that their sin be not at the door, and that they do not get punished for the sin that they commit. We have been taught there is no sin because we're not under the covenant of the law. And that is not correct. The Almighty made a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the good and the bad, between the clean and the unclean, way back in the beginning with Adam and Eve, 2 children. So sin lies at the door in the earth as long as you do not do well. So don't let nobody talk you out of it like the Christians and them saying, well, sin is only the transgression of a law and things like that. Sin is not doing well, Israel. Sin is not adhering to all that Yahweh said. Because if you don't adhere to all that Yahweh said, that is not doing well. And we found that out by King Saul. His own mouth acknowledged that he sinned. And he sinned because he did not do well. Well, how did he not do well? He did not do all that Yahweh said. That's all it took. That's all it took. Is there any comments or questions? there's no comments or questions dealing with this great presentation called the Review of the Feast of Tabernacles, if there is not, I will not hold you much longer. As I stated at the beginning, it was just a review. We have much knowledge on this great subject found on YouTube under the House of Yesurun. YESHURUN, Yesurun, which is found in the book of Deuteronomy. But if there isn't any comments or questions dealing with this subject matter, I would like to ask one question, then I'll let you go. And my question is, what do the listening audience think about the House of Yesurun content being put on YouTube? Not posted as a recording, as we have been doing for the last 5 or 6 years, but actually be on YouTube live doing the presentations. What are y'all thoughts?
That would be great.
I'm cool with anything you do.
Well, yeah. Okay, well, it just been brought to me recently. It's been brought to me before by Brother Yamin several times. And as I stated and put on Facebook, I'm going to pray on it. And I'll let you know what my spirit tell me to do. So I'm not going to hold you any longer. I'll go ahead and close the presentation with Psalms 95. If there isn't any other comments or questions, let us all turn to Psalms 95 and close. And I thank you for lending the ear that ye may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It tells us in Psalms 95 in closing these great words, which I will read for us all. And it reads, "O come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving," and that's the only way you can, "and make a joyful noise unto him with songs. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great King above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hand formed the dry land. O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture. Thus we are only supposed to hearken to his words, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear or hearken to his voice. Harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. And to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. And that also denotes the Sabbath, but it's talking about the land of rest. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, shalom.
Hallelujah.